while I was off cam, I removed this mold from the box. This is what we did last time, and I pulled off a majority of the clay. There's still like a little bit here that is left to do. I've got a little bit of cleanup left, and this is all the remnant of that. So I need to put this stuff away. It's been a kind of it's been like a less than optimal day yesterday, so I kind of wasn't able to catch up on some of the things I wanted to. Now I'm haphazardly trying to do it all right now, which is a lot. Way behind on everything. Alright, let's see. Find some music, so I'm not just sitting here in silence. Try this chill one, see how this goes. That should be good for the background. Okay. Let's get started. Well, I guess we gotta quit out of the Twitch app. A little chaotic here today. Okay, so I'm gonna clean up some of this stuff. I'll worry about fishing a lot of this silicone out of here later. But we don't need this stuff right now, so we can just punt that. So today I'm gonna try to build the second half of this mold. So I gotta do a little bit of cleanup on this to get it ready. And then we have another mold set off to the side that we need to finish the clay build up on that, which we should be able to do today, and ideally get the silicone poured for that as well, so we can, if everything goes as I'd like, I can get 2 new molds. Well, the first one will be half of one, but this will be a completed one done today, which will be pretty good progress. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, my off screen is a little chaotic right now. Okay. So basically I'm just gonna try to brush out a lot of this leftover dried clay. Is it too loud? Probably a little too loud. Okay. So there's where these things come through here, like they're not through the top, but like once we pull the stuff out on the second part, after this is like completely done, then we'll just cut little paths for the injection channels. It doesn't need to be, you know, it can be partially covered at this stage. Doesn't really disrupt anything. Okay, so I'm gonna clean up these edges. I want to get like this kind of stuff, this flashing off of here. It's just a little easier if I do it against the table. overall this mold's pretty clean, so there's not really much to do here. I'm just doing a little bit of like smoothing over some of these edges and you know, digging out these little bits of clay that kind of got left behind. The brush didn't catch. Because anything you leave in here is going to become, you know, the impression of that thing is going to be present in your mold. So you want to make sure you're leaving pretty much only what you want to be there behind. You can always carve little bits out of the mold later, but that's that should just be like very small, minor fixes you're making. Nothing you don't want to be trying to carve a shape into the silicone. That should already be done by like the pieces you've put in. Thinking about cutting off this little piece here, because it was left as just like a spacer kind of when I made the first half. I don't think I want it, but because I didn't initially plan it, I'm just kind of quickly debating if I want to leave it there or not. Alright, I'm not on the house channel, this needs to go. It doesn't sound like chill music to me. Any little bits here that you like don't want, try to remove that stuff before you go ahead and pour your second part. I think I'm leaning toward trimming off this strip at the bottom. So it's just potentially like one area that's like not going to seat exactly right. But I mean, there's probably enough keys here, all these little bumps, to make it happen, or make it fit together right. So it's probably okay, and I'm just overthinking it. This is, yeah, there's like a little bit in here that I almost missed around the thumb. So these areas like around the hands, this is where little bits can get kind of stuck. So I'm really just trying to clean up this edge here. Alright, this channel sucks. Let's see. Now we'll do chiptune for a while, see how that goes. Let's go out with this UI. Let's see, is this part of my... So this is all like a little bit that ran under, I think. So take a closer look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna remove some of this. This cleanup's a little tedious, but it's like important because it affects the outcome of your mold. There's like little bits in the fingers here that I gotta dig out. I need a different tool for this. Yeah, there we go. This big chunk here, that needs to come out. You gotta be kind of gentle here. I'm trying to be kind of gentle because I don't want to separate these parts from the mold back. I'm just trying to get the clay without disturbing the parts themselves. It can be a little, take a little bit of patience to do that. So I got little bits in the hand here I want to pull out. So again, you're defining like what the final shape's going to be. So any little bits that get like left in there, they're going to be, those impressions are going to become part of your mold. So you only want to leave behind the stuff that is like that you want to be there. I'm trying to remove everything else. It even includes like, you know, little bits of the silicone that may have slipped under seams because those are going to be like your parting lines. So you, again, you know, you want it to be the stuff you've chosen to be there, not like it just decided to stay there on its own. So this is supposed to have a little cleaner of an edge, but I wasn't able to define it as nicely as I would have liked inside these little like areas between the finger vents. So now I'm trying to just do that kind of quick here. It probably still won't be quite what I want. I'm also trying not to put any scratches into the fingers, because that'll again be detail that gets picked up by the second part of silicone. This isn't always necessary, like this step just happens to be right now. It's better to spend, you know, 10 minutes now doing it than having to, you know, carve this stuff off or sand down detail on every cast that you make. that whole ounce of prevention to a pound of cure thing. Do a little bit of work here to prevent a lot of work later. I can see more in there that I want to get to, but I'm not sure if I'll be able. Yeah, maybe. A little bit of the, in these finger areas, a little bit of the silicone ran under the clay that was defining the edge. I think that's just because I ran a vacuum on it a second time, because I wanted to be sure that this joint on this side was filled with silicone, and using the vacuum was about the only way I could be sure, because it was it's far down in the mold, so I couldn't see it. Hey, how's it going? And I got my first spam comment. That's great, right? Yeah, I'm working on this, the second half of this mold. Sure. Lurk, hang out, whatever works for you. I'll be here for the next 4 hours. Well, 3.5 hours, I guess. Alright, so I'm just trying to clean up these little stray bits of clay and clean up my edges. So I'm just carving off like small bits of silicone to get like a cleaner edge for the parting line, so it'll be the seam, if there's a visible seam, it'll be smoother instead of kind of like a wavy line. It's actually slightly worse than it was, so we'll try to fix that. Yeah, the back really pulled a little bit under the clay backing, so I'm just trying to clean that up. I'm just being a little too much of a perfectionist, really. Like, I don't think these are really going to be too drastic of an issue with like the seam line. I'm just being finicky. So once I get all this done, I'll build a new box for the second half, and I'll have to build like a clay stand for this to kind of suspend the mold, so that I can put the second half in, or pour the second half. I'm actually thinking about it now, that the way that it's kind of thin at the bottom, I'm wondering if it's going to be an issue. But I'll think about that in a little bit when I'm done with this. see. Some of this clay is like very, or this silicone is very like mushy. It must be, I'm not sure what's causing that, if it's just not mixed well enough, or if it's something to do with the clay or the glue. Yeah, it's probably the glue it's touching. That's right, I had that issue before, so it makes sense that I would see it here too. I think it'll be okay though. The mold release should keep them from like bonding to each other. Just trying to clean up this edge near on the finger here. These areas are really hard to sand later on, so if this seam line can be like cleaner, it's better, because it's like less work you gotta try to do in these like tiny little spaces later on. Stray cat hairs, of course. This is all looking better. I'm probably just about done with this. Going into like every little crevice, probably for a little too much work. Adding debris I gotta remove. Okay. This is all. Oh, there's a little bit of goop in there. This stuff here, this like silicone that slipped under and is kind of slimy. I gotta clean this stuff out. Make sure the surface is clean enough anyway. It's definitely a symptom with this silicone. It's there've been a lot more little areas where it doesn't fully cure, or I get this like slimy kind of residue. I don't know if it's just because it's old, or if it just doesn't mix well with like the clay that I'm using. But we're almost done out of it, so I'll be using it again soon. I'll go back to the transparent stuff that I've been using. Okay, I'll stop there because I think that's anything more is just me being too picky about how perfect the outside is. So I'll just brush off the back, try to get this loose little bits of clay and stuff off of here, dirt and debris. Okay. Set this aside so I can clean out this desk space. All these little bits, they're almost invisible, but they're there. And all will stick to the mold. I always say I spend a lot of time cleaning. It's definitely true. Alright, that feels pretty good. So let's see, we need a piece of acrylic. Yeah, that's probably a good size. So let's clean this thing off. Scrape off all this excess glue. Clay and junk. Alright. Wipe this down real quick. Get all this like clay and silicone and glue residue off of here so that the this can stick better. Well, the glue will anyway. Alright, that should be good for our purposes. Let's see, let's... Alright. Let's see, so it needs to be bigger than this space, so I gotta figure out how to suspend this thing. This is a weird spot. Oh yeah, I'm thinking about it backwards. I'm gonna put it up like this, so that'll be easy. I'm like, how am I gonna suspend it on the, standing up on this little edge? But that's not what I'm doing. I'm like, getting in my own head. Alright, so we'll use this yellow clay. We'll chunk up a stand for this thing. It doesn't need to be very tall, just like maybe 2 centimeters. Maybe not even that. 1.5. So let's I guess we'll block out the area that we need this to be so we can kind of have a guide without having to keep putting the mold down. This mat's really handy because I use this grid so frequently. So we've got a corner there, corner there, corner there, corner there. Okay. So this inner space is like the rough size of that part. So we just need to cover this with kind of a rectangle of clay that's high enough. It shouldn't take very long. We'll just smush it down on here to, we'll make it a little bigger and then we'll cut it down. So I'll start by just defining the border, and then I'll go back and I'll fill in the inside. Sometimes I find it easier to work with clay when you cut it in just a bunch of small pieces instead of trying to work with like one big block. Then you're like fighting against its own kind of like mass. Whereas this way it's easier to manipulate into whatever the smaller shapes you need. And you just like can build up on it. And basically the height of this thing we're doing here, the box is going to be a little bit bigger than this rectangle we marked down. So it's going to fill the outer space with silicone, and the purpose is we're going to have like a wall. We're going to build a wall around the top of this. So then we'll inject the resin into these two channels here. And then there's little reservoirs which we'll cut open better once we take the part out. And those will fill, and then having this outer wall allows like any excess resin to just stay in this space without having to us worry about it leaking out or anything, because the walls in the bottom are all one piece, so it's got nowhere to go except into the mold. Now let's just like force it to go where you want it to go instead of it kind of just flowing to the easiest spot. And this wall doesn't need to be very high, just like I said, you know, maybe half a centimeter, well, 1 centimeter is probably like really enough. We got the glue gun plugged in and warming up, so by the time we're done with this, and we have the box like sides cut to size, it should be ready to just start gluing the box together. And we'll jump onto the silicone part and get that done. Once I get this, this is like pretty close to where I want it, so I'll start leveling out this top area, because we want it to just sit kind of on here, you know. So it's like a little open on this side, so I'm just going to push this all in. Oops, that's too much. So actually I should probably fill this in on the inside so that when I do push it in, it's got like nowhere to go. So I'm just going to chunk a bunch of this clay in here. I always want to pull this thing toward me, and then it like pulls it kind of toward the top of the camera view. So I'm trying to remember to keep it more central on the mat so everything's visible. Now I'm just going to fill this in. Now we've covered the bottom. It's not going to be airtight. Like, it's not going to be a solid brick. I mean, that's probably ideal, because if I do vacuum it, it's going to want to pull the silicone into these spaces. So I'll probably just try to keep the surface as like one smooth surface. That way there's less places for air to kind of leak in or leak out. getting pretty close here to being done with this part. Well, at least just the quick like build up. This super soft clay is really good for this, and you can build really fast with it. It's not great for detail or anything you want to be kind of sturdy, because it is so soft it can't really support its own weight very well. It also is like kind of, see how it's like all over my fingers too. Okay, so let's see. Just use this clay tool, kind of push a bunch of it together. Trying to condense this shape a little bit, because we know we've got these like guides here. So we're going to kind of use those as a point of reference. Yeah, so there's like spaces all around the bottom edge here we're going to close up. This is going to just sit on here. So we're going to, there's this little impression thing we're going to make an impression with. So we'll push down, we're trying to get a spot for that. And then we can take, well, let's actually use this guy and smooth over all this stuff first before we cut it down. Try to close up these air gaps. So there's like gaps at the bottom here, so you kind of pull this clay up to close that up. It's not going to be perfect. If I do decide to run a vacuum on this thing, it's still going to want to pull air out from underneath this, causing that to like those gaps to open back up, but it should be pretty minimal. That's really all we're trying to do, is just kind of like minimize the weird unexpected behavior. Alright, that's probably good. It doesn't even need to be like perfectly level, so we'll just cut this down. Carve that away. We'll do like a final smooth over once these sides are all trimmed down. Alright, so that's done. I'll just check for any big gaps and try to close those up. Smooth over this edge a little bit. Again, I'm not trying to make like an airtight seal, just get it like generally flush against the edge. Sorry if my head's in the way. Gotta be visible for both of us. One more side. Just tuck these edges in a little bit. Now this clay leaves a residue, so I'm going to have to go and clean this off again with alcohol, because that'll prevent the hot glue from sticking which can cause issues with like leaks and stuff. So I can close this up. Wipe my hands off. I think I got a fresh towel for this just to be sure we're not passing, just smearing residue around. Okay. I don't want to like drag on the mold, so I just want to get close to it because I really got to focus on the outer part here. That's where the glue is gonna stick. I don't care about these pink marks anymore. We've already gotten this base built. Looks like I'll have to do just a little bit of additional smoothing. But that's no big deal. Just do it kind of quick. Just a few spots here where it got kind of ugly. Alright. I'm doing it again. I keep pulling the mold toward me. Alright, so this should be good to go. So now we're going to just do our measurements. Figure out how big these parts need to be. So we'll come back to our little notepad. Oh, I guess we'll just flip it over. So where's my little T-square? Let's see. Okay. So we'll just make a little diagram. That's close enough. No, it's not exact. This is actually supposed to be square, but whatever. So we need like these dimensions and the height. I guess we could have just done this. And then this is the front. So we're looking at, we want to go a centimeter bigger on each side. Or is it a half centimeter? We'll do a half centimeter. Nah, we'll do a full centimeter just to be sure. So that's what, 9.7, so 10.7 on the front. Back's probably similar. Yep, so it's the same. Check the sides. It's about 6. This is what the front left side, so this side is 6. This is probably similar. 4.9, so 5.9. It's about the same. And then our height we need, because we want to go above this, probably at least 2 centimeters. So we're looking at, what's our height here? 10.5. So 12.5. 12.5 vertical. So we'll, okay. Set that aside. Now we're gonna start cutting stuff down to get ready to glue it together. Put some of these tools away, clean up the space a little bit. I just got stuff scattered everywhere. So I'm trying to be mindful and put stuff away when I'm not using it. Okay. That's a little more organized. I can actually just move this off to the side for now. Okay. Let's see, how wide is this? 10. That's not tall enough. So what we could do is cut 2 corners like this and then kind of just put them together. That's 2 less corners we have to glue. Let's see, so then let's take a look at our mold again. Sometimes it's easier to do like a couple less cuts, you know. So then if we did the same, it would be, we could go down, how much space do we want around the edge? An inch or a centimeter seems a little too thick, actually. So maybe we should go down to, so that's a centimeter, that's a pretty thick wall. And if we go to like 0.6, how big is that? 0.6 is about that big. That's a fairly thick wall. So if we subtracted 0.4 off both sides, that's 10.3 for the front and back. So that brings them in a little bit. And then if we reduce the sides by 4, well, each side will be by, yeah, each side is by 4 because then it's like 8 across the length. So then this is 5.5 and this is 5.5 also. So it's about the same. So then if we do one piece that curves around, right, if we do like this, we only need the inner widths. So then we'll do, let's see, so we did measure inner widths, so we're going to do 10.3 and then 5.5. But then we should add on, because it needs to overlap a little bit on each side. So what is that? 10 and 5, 15. 3 and 5 is 8, plus another half, 0.5, so 14 or 16.3. We'll just do 16.4 just to be a little closer, or a little over. So let's see if we got 16.4 across this bottom part here, because we want to go 12 high, right? So that's 12.5 actually, that's pretty big. So there's our 12.5. So we're going, it's going to eat up most of this side. So if we take 16.4, this is 15. So 15 is here. So we need to add one, we'll just do 1.5, because we're going to eat most of this board anyway. So 1 and 1, so we're there. See, I don't think this is actually square. Nope. So we'll try to make this more square. Looks like it goes off square when you tighten it. It's a lot of play. So I'll do I was gonna do 9, and then I'll just extend the line. So let's do 12.5. It's about 12.5. It's about 12.5. Okay, so there's our full width. Now we need, let's see, we need to come in. One side needs to be, how far? 10.3, right? So 10.3 is here. Yeah. So we'll do 10.3 in from one side, because then we need to mark where we're going to score this and then break it to create the one corner. Where's my pen? Let's move this back to 10.3. That's about right. Okay, so that's going to be our score line. Is this square? Let's check it. Yeah, that's pretty square. I'm sure it's not exactly square, but it's close enough for our purposes. Extend this line. Okay, so we're going to cut these lines. These are we're going to cut through, and this we're just going to cut through the one side, because we want to fold this and have the other side remain a single sheet. So that'll give us a clean corner. And then we'll grab another sheet and do the same thing. Stuff. Okay, so just slow cuts to kind of get through there. This knife's not sharp enough to get through it on one cut. Almost. Okay. Get this side. Set that aside. And just sharpen this blade if I can. Okay, now this we're only going to cut through this side. I don't want to cut through this side. So we're through the board. So I'm going to cut through the foam most of the way, just to ensure we get like a clean break. Okay, that should be pretty far through. Now I want this to like, actually we could go a little deeper than that. Okay, that's pretty good. So you know it's like pretty much already where we want it to be, so we're just going to use this as a It's like pretty square. Probably one of the better times I've gotten that to work. Okay, so we're gonna mark this. We know which side is which. We'll just say this is the front, and that's the top. So now if this is the front, so we'll do another one that's similar, and it's gonna go here. And I'm thinking that I might make it just a slightly bigger. So if we look at this, I don't know how well you can see that on the camera. Let's take a look. So there's like, I want to leave a gap around the whole edge, like a kind of an even gap. And this looks like it's a little bigger on this side. So we'll have them join at this edge, and then it'll overlap this edge. That way we can control like the size of the box. So we're gonna do the same thing, but make the second piece slightly bigger. So let's see, our width on this was what? It was like 16.5, I think. No, we're actually 14. We're actually a little short. This is like 15, almost exactly. So we'll do, this probably should have been a slightly bigger, but it's fine. So I can always trim off if I need to. So the next piece we'll do will be 16.5 wide. So we'll just go across this bottom and we'll cut it here. So we'll just cut this completely off. I really just wish I had a longer metric ruler. I've only got this piece here. So we'll use the edge here. This is 14, so we need 2.5 wide, 2.5 more centimeters. So 2.5, and then double check this is square, pretty square. So we're gonna extend this line. We'll extend it later. Now we need the same 10.3. Actually, we want to do the 5.5, right? Let's see. What's our full width we want here? I double check math a lot just to be sure, because you know once you've cut it, it's cut. Let's see, we'll come out 4. Is it 4 millimeters? No, we'll just do 5. So we're going to start. We'll use this 1.5 here. So we want it to be 5 millimeters wider. So this is about 10 point. Yeah. So actually, we'll just do it from the edge here, just to be. It's easier to count. So 9.7 plus 5. So that'll be. Sorry, this is 9.2. So 2 plus 5 is 7. So 9.7 is the actual inner width we want as a minimum. And then this side, the minimum width we're gonna need is let's see, it's about 4.4. So plus 5 is 4.9. So we want a minimum inner width of 5.9 and a minimum inner width of 9.7. Or 4 point. What was this? Yeah, 4.9. So I like to write everything down, so I don't forget, because it's easy to forget. Or get your numbers mixed up or backwards. So this is our full width, right? So we want to have some excess. So then this is our, what are we looking at here? 9 and 4, 13, 14.6. Okay, so our maximum inner width is 14.6. So we could probably just put this, let's see, 14.6 is going to be here. So we could do, that's our maximum inner width. So we'll go from the shorter side. We'll start at 14.5 and we'll do 4.9. We'll come in, let's see, we'll come in 1 to here, and then we'll go 4.9 in from there, and that should be, so let's see, well, this will be 0.9, so we'll measure 4 centimeters in. 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4.9, so we're here. So this is our fold, and this is our outer edge, right? So if we need 9.7 here, that should be about 9.7. It's not, but it's going to go out this way, so 9.7 is going to be from our fold, bring us here. So then these are our outer edges. This is our fold. So that'll give us some play on both sides if we need to trim the mold or move the sides. So now we'll just extend these lines up. So that's our outer edge. Fold. And our other outer edge. Okay, and then the height we need is 12.5, which is going to be, let's see, here to here. It's actually there. And then on this side, so there's 0.5. So here is 12.5. So we'll connect this line. And then extend these lines up. Okay, so these are our actual outer edges for the space we need. These are the outer edges of this piece. So we're going to cut here, and we'll score this. Meaning we won't cut all the way through. Just realized my phone's not plugged in. A few slow cuts to get through this. The sharper your knife, the better it is for cutting through this foam core, because it doesn't ball up the foam like this one's doing. Okay. So we're cutting off this piece. And we have to score that fold line. So we'll cut through the top edge and most of the foam, but we won't cut through the bottom. Trying to get this as straight as I can so that it doesn't curve, or it doesn't have a crooked fold line. Just slightly deeper. Okay. So this should fold pretty easily here. Try to get this lined up. This just helps to give it something to fold over, because you're kind of forcing like the line it folds on. Okay. Let's see, that's pretty even on the front, top, and bottom. So we'll just do this with the, yeah, like this, sorry. So that way we can move this if we need to, or we can trim off a little bit of this if we need to. But the glue gun should be pretty warmed up, so we're going to put up the smaller wall first. So we're going to put up this front wall. So we gotta find the position for it. I only measured for like the sides, but I'm just trying to eyeball it. You just want it to be close. It doesn't need to be perfect. Okay. So we'll start. We'll probably start with the front wall. Doesn't want to grip this glue stick. Alright, let this cool down. So that front wall looks pretty good. So then we'll glue this one down. And then this wall. Let's see. Yeah. It's actually a little... Shit. It's a little tilted. I'm gonna have to separate this and move it back. by heating up this glue a little bit, it lets me move it. Okay, now just let it cool back down. Actually, I made this one just a little too short, which is an oversight on my part. Thought my math was right, but apparently not. I mean, it'll still work. So we'll do this, I guess. Well, I could probably cut that down. Okay, I'll secure this wall and then I'll worry about positioning that. So I'm just gonna get this in roughly the spot I want it. Just hold that till it cools a bit. Okay, so these two sides are in decent shape, so I'll probably have to do a little adjustment cutting on this. Really, as long as there's enough room for the clay to flow back there, that's all that matters. The wall doesn't need to be super thick. So I can either glue this at an angle here, or I can cut this down so it fits more soundly. So I think what I'm going to do is have it do that. I want it to fit kind of like this. So I'm going to cut it here. Grab my other ruler, straight edge. Cut this off. Okay, so this should fit better now. Alright, so that's a much better fit. No, not quite. Of course it's off again. And I cut it a little too much. So I'm going to loosen this and move it this way a little bit. So you gotta pay attention to the math, even though it's, you know, not a fun aspect of it. It's important. So I'll try to move this in a little bit and re-glue it. Actually trimmed a little too much of it off. Because this back corner is a little thin. It's probably fine now. So I'll just start with this side. I'm trying to secure this side first, and then I'll close it up on this side, because this has a little bit of play, so I can move it out if I need to. So we'll do that. We'll position it like this. Yeah. And I'll try to glue this down without pushing the side in. A couple dabs to hold this in place. And then I'll come back and re-glue that. Also, I want this side to fully cool down. Okay. So I'm going to put some in the corner here to hold these together on the inside. Doesn't need to be a lot. I'll do the same here. Alright, so those will secure that. I'm going to close up this back side here. And then seal up all the edges. I'm going to seal up around the bottom corners to prevent any from leaking out, any silicone. So if I can find a place to escape to, it will. We'll close up this edge, or this gap here. also do the other side too. Because we're going to fill this like pretty far, so it needs to be, these gaps will need to be filled. I should just hold that together. Alright, one more edge to seal and this thing's ready for silicone. And that one was easy. Alright, we're good to go with that. So we'll unplug the gun for now. See, I forgot to put mold release on this. Again, it's always a thing I like forget because I'm so wrapped up in thinking about getting the math right and how big the box is going to be and designing it properly, that I forget that I have to spray the mold with mold release. Because if I don't, the silicone's just going to stick to it and we'll have one big brick. So we'll, fortunately, because this isn't like bound to anything, I can pull this out and spray it, let it dry, put it back in, and there's no like interruption. Get our gloves out. Gotta put my vent fan in the window. Okay. Put on our dust mask just so we don't breathe this stuff in. Okay, so I'm just gonna hold on to this lightly and pop it out. So I'm gonna dust all the sides of this with mold release, and that'll prevent the silicone from bonding to itself. Alright. Then we'll give that'll have a little time to dry while we mix up silicone, and we'll put this back in and get it ready for part 2. So I'm just going to use the old Easy Man. We're going to dust this whole side. You just want a thin coat on all the surfaces, especially the silicone. The parts themselves aren't quite as important because they naturally won't stick to the silicone anyway. Last quick check for like little bits and dirt and stuff that you don't want in your mold. Alright, I probably went a little heavy on it, but I'll just let it dry. Mostly because, like, these little areas in here, you want all those to be coated. So you want to be sure you're, like, thorough. Yeah, sure, man. I'm glad you're getting something out of it. You know, just like the enjoyment of just listening to me talk. Okay, so I'm gonna set this guy upside down real lightly, so I have minimal part of the stuff touching the mat. Set this stuff aside. So that needs some time to dry. I'll set this mold aside, or this box aside, I guess. So we'll mix up our silicone while we're waiting for this. So we're just gonna do like the initial mix up just to make sure it's consistent and ready to be used. Let's see. Put on my apron so I don't get anything on my clothes. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it, even if it's like not a thing you're really that interested in, like doing, but you're just interested in, you know, watching along and just kind of seeing what I'm doing. And I always kind of like learned from other artists, and then I thought I would do this, and you know, if I could pass along some of the stuff that I've learned to other people, then you know, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, it is pretty late. It's like, what? It's like mid-afternoon for me here. Just cleaning some dust off of these things. Awesome. Alright, so this white stuff tends to separate a little bit, so I'm just gonna, you can see kind of there's like, it's a little thick at the bottom, so I just want to make sure that that's all mixed up pretty well, because it'll like separate if you let it sit for a while. So it's got to be kind of all the same consistency. Yeah, my partner, she does sometimes when she has time, she does like furniture restoration, like wood furniture. So it's cool to like watch her work on that stuff. She strips everything down and repaints it, or not restains it, like fixes things that are wrong with the wood and broken pegs and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool to watch her doing something creative like that. So I can see that comparison with like restoration videos. Alright, I just used this a couple days ago, so it should still be pretty well mixed. Just gonna clean this stuff off here. I'll have to, when I put the part back in, I'll have to start doing a little bit of math on how much silicone I'm gonna need, so I don't go and mix too much or too little. Try to be as close to the exact amount as possible. You always got to go a little bit over, because you can't, you know, get every single bit of it when you pour it or scrape it. So you're always going to lose a little bit. Just the nature of, you know, of the material. Oh, thanks for that. That's a pretty cool compliment. I like worry that I'm too monotonous, or you know, that I'm talking too much about what I'm doing. So if you're enjoying it, then that's good news for me. That means I'm doing something right. Alright, so I use the same tools on the two halves. I gotta clean these things like between each use. So if you get them touching each other too soon, it'll start to react and set up, which you don't want. Definitely want to control like when you're starting the reaction for it to set up to its final like rubbery state. Alright, this stuff shouldn't need too much mixing. It doesn't really separate very much. Just gotta give it a good mix just in case it does separate a little. You get everything and it's in the right state it should be. When these buckets are full, the stuff is really hard to mix because it's so like thick. When it's like brand new and I have like a full bucket, I have like a paint mixing like attachment you put on a drill. It's just like a bunch of paddles, and I'll use that because it makes it a lot easier than straining my arm trying to like get it all mixed thoroughly. It's like super thick cake batter. Okay. So that's ready. I hope we have enough. I'm like running pretty low on this stuff. Oh wow. Yeah, my very first video that I made, I didn't talk at all. Well, I mean, not at all, but like the first half, I didn't really talk because I didn't know what I was doing, and you know, it felt like I wasn't used to, you know, just talking about, like talking to, essentially like myself. And then someone came on and was like, yeah, you should just like talk about what you're doing. So I started doing that. I think it was just, I was like, you know, anxiety and about streaming for the first time, and but I could see that, like, just enjoying, you know, just watching someone kind of work on their own, like you're just kind of observing. I could see how that would be relaxing too. I've watched a few streams of other artists too, and so like I'll just be working at my desk and I'm watching someone else work and just kind of, you know, like lightly paying attention to the stream, and but it feels kind of like, you know, we're working together even though we're not. So that's like a cool feeling. Okay, let's see. How dry is this? It's always going to look a little wet. It's just like kind of the nature of this stuff. So I guess I'll get some rough measurements off of this now while I can. Where's my little sheet at? Let's see. Okay. I can see that. Yeah, when in the morning, like when I'm having coffee, I like don't want to talk to anyone, but but like watching something kind of quietly could be really relaxing. I should definitely try that. Look up some of those artists and those makers too. Let's see. So we're gonna. So this is the bottom like shape here. So we'll kind of divide this into 3 parts. So this is the bottom. This is like this is gonna be this whole section down here. So like from here down. So then we'll take this part as its own measurement. So then we'll kind of sketch that. Yeah, sure. You can either leave it here in the chat, or I think you can direct message on here, right? If so, you feel free to do that. Odd trinket. Okay. Yeah, I'll make a note of that. Sometimes it's easier just for me to write it down, then I can reference it later. Alright, so this is going to be, this is like the rough shape, right? So we've got 2 parts. We're basically going to measure 3 areas and then do some math. So if we look at this from the side, we have 3 areas. So this is the bottom. This is going to be this. And then this is all of our negative space. So we want this negative space as the measurement. So we want this much plus like enough for the outside, right? So we'll have to do a little extra math for that. So let me find my little ruler again. Wherever he went, did I put him away? I did. Okay, so let's get this guy back out. And we'll start with, we'll just do this long edge here. So that's 9.6. I assume the back's a little about the same. What? Oh, I can't read. It's 8.6. That's fine. I'm illiterate sometimes. 8.8. So we'll use the, let's see, do we want the bigger measurement or the smaller measurement? So probably the smaller measurement, so you go over a little bit. So the side is going to be, what's that, 3.8. Double check this side. Yeah, we'll use the smaller measurement, 3.8. And then we'll go to like the lowest point here for the height. 1.8. So we've got the measurements for this section. So let's multiply these together to get the amount of volume in this bottom part. So I'm going to pop over to my calculator. 1.8 times 8.6 times 3.8, 58.82. So let's see, we'll round this down to 58 because we want to make sure we have like extra for this stuff. So this is going to be 58 for this part here, this bottom area. Okay, so now we're going to do similar math. So we got this measurement, we've got this measurement, so now we just need the height of this. So we're going to take, we'll do the same thing. This is probably a little drier now, I can set it up on its side. So let's see, our lowest point is in there somewhere, but we're overcompensating here, so this should be okay. We'll just take this corner to the top. So we're looking at 7.1. You see, because there's this curved area, so like we want to make sure we have enough to fill this too. So this height is going to be 7.1. Actually, we should probably take it to the top of this part here. So we'll lose a little bit off the top. It'll just be 7. Doesn't seem like a lot, but you take like, you know, 1 square millimeter and you multiply it by like 10 and suddenly it's a lot. Okay, so then we can take the same width and height and multiply those to get the volume of this whole top area. So we're going to do 3.8 times 8.6 times 7 to get this top volume. .8 times 8.6 times 7. Shoot. I cleared it instead of finishing it. Times 8.6, 7. Okay, so that's 228.76. So, to round that up or down, we'll round this up to 230 for this whole area. Because then we're going to take that and we're going to divide it by 2 so that we get, it's actually, because like, if we take divided by 2, right, then that's half of this volume. Yeah. Because this shape takes up more space than there is negative space. So then that should leave us with some excess, and that's good because we have to accommodate for the outside too. So we'll say 230 for that. And we're going to divide this by 2. So that's actually going to be 115. And then we did, let's see, so we need each of these sides multiplied by, okay, so I'm going to make another diagram. Okay, so this is just our like full box volume. Let's see, so I want to do, I think I want to multiply, I want to get the width and height. We know our height is going to be 12 point, well, it's not even 12.5, it's less than that. So we raise this up a centimeter. So our height's going to be, let's actually get a side we can read. We probably want at least a centimeter above the top here. So we'll do it at 11. That'll be the height. So I'm going to take the width and height of each of these sides and then multiply them by 0.4. Let's see. Okay. So I'm going to look down through this to just kind of estimate. So 10 by 4.4. These back sides are probably the same, so I shouldn't really need to, yeah, 10. .5, so it's slightly different. So we'll just go 4.5. So I'm gonna get the area, so I'll do 10. So it's 10 across here, 4.5 here. So I want to get, and this height is going to be 11. So I'll multiply 11 times 4.5 times 0.04. And that'll give us the volume of empty space we'll need to fill with silicone. Who knew there'd be so much math? Okay, let's see. 10 times 11, that should be pretty easy. 10 times 11 times 0.4 is 44. So that's 44 for the front and back. We're gonna have a little bit, the corners like overlaps, we're gonna have a little bit of excess there. So do 4.5 times 11 times 0.4 is 19.8, so that's just gonna be 20. Okay. So let's see, we've got 64. This is the outer volume, the empty space around the mold. We've got 115 is this negative space here. We already subtracted this. So is it 115 plus 64? So that's 115 and 64. 9, 7, 1. So I'll round this up to 180. That's probably about right. We can just stuff some excess junk silicone in there, into this space here if we need to push it up like we've been doing. Okay. So now, this gets divided in half because we need our AB volumes. So we have like half A and half B, and like those make the 180. So then that's 90, so that's easy. So we need 90 A and B. Alright, now we can get rolling. So let's, this guy's probably dry enough. Let's drop him back in here. I'll just use some tools to shimmy him around until he's in the right space. This doesn't need to be perfect. This needs to be like off the bottom, and that there's like space around the sides. So that looks good. Alright, so he's good to go. Set that guy aside. Put our ruler away. Our little tongs away. And now we need some containers for our silicone. Let's see, what do we got here? That guy's pretty big. So we've got, that one's big enough. That one's big enough. And then we'll use, probably, I gotta clean this guy out. He'll be our mixing vessel. Alright, let's see. So, we'll put some marks on here so we know how high to fill them. 80, 90, so that's here. 80, 90. It's like there's marks, but it's just, the mark is like higher contrast. It's just easier to see at a glance. Alright. Let's see, let's move some of this stuff to clean up our workspace a little bit. Make sure we're not... Alright, I got my vac chamber set up off to the side. My cleanup towels. Okay, so we'll just do the blue stuff because we got this on top already. And that's gotta be at least 90. But we're like literally scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Alright. Let's just pour this in slow. Try to minimize how much air we introduce. I'm glad we have at least enough to do this mold, and not like we run out, we do like 1/2 and then we're like too short and I gotta use a different silicone, because like I have other stuff but it's not the same, so it's, you know, it could just affect how well the mold works. Oh, there might actually be enough in here for another small mold. Getting close to 90. Scrape this boy off here in a second. There we go. Yeah, it's probably a little too much. Just clean it up a little bit off the scraper. Alright. Yeah, we're pretty much right at 90, so we'll just leave that. That should be good. We actually got enough left to do something else small. So we'll clean up our scraper, close this one up. Alright. That's good. Set this aside. Alright, now we'll pour the white stuff. Same deal. We're gonna pour it kind of high to try to stretch it out so there's not a lot of air introduced to it. Alright, I'll slow it down. We're getting close to the top. Close to 90. Alright, now I'll scrape that off there. A little bit extra coming out. Okay. That should be good. Right. Let's clean off the edge of the canister here. Alright. Close it up. Set it aside. Clean our scraper, and then we gotta clean our bigger mixed vessel, but it should be pretty easy to clean. It's only take a minute or so. I should have cleaned it already, but I just didn't have time yesterday to work on much stuff up here. Alright. So those are both like right around where we want. Let's see, where's that bigger vessel? I could try to scrape some of the stuff out of here. Just try to curl up like the stuff that's cured, and then I'll use a little bit of mineral spirits to wash out the rest. Little crumbs get stuck to everything. part's a little tedious, but there's not really an easier way to do it. So I can use the mineral spirits, but then it's like the more silicone you have to wash out with that, it dissolves into like a slime, and then it just like sits in the bottom of the jar of mineral spirits. Like you can kind of see it. And you can't really filter it out, so what you have to do is like let it settle to the bottom, and then you slowly pour the clear stuff into another container, and then the stuff that's like saturated at the bottom, you just like scrape it out and throw it away. So the less of this stuff I like can introduce to the mineral spirits, and you know, the longer it like lasts. Because every time you like, you know, transfer it to another container, you're gonna like lose a little bit of it. Well, probably more than a little bit. I tried like filtering it through like a coffee filter, and it kind of works, but the stuff like it kind of slimes onto the filter, so then you can't, it'll just eventually stop going through. So this like pour off method is really the easiest way to do it, even though you like lose a portion of it. And I do the same thing with the alcohol I use to clean like resin tools. I use 99% or 91% alcohol, and I used to strain it too, but like 99% alcohol, it evaporates really fast. So as you like, you know, let it sit to strain through, a bunch of it evaporates. So it's like a whole like lose-lose thing. So I've started doing the same thing with alcohol, where I just kind of let it all settle to the bottom, and then I pour off the good stuff and just toss what's in the bottom. Alright. That's pretty cleaned out, so then I'll use a little bit of this stuff with my, I have that little, this little pipette. I use this guy to transfer it, because pouring this stuff always ends up making a huge mess. So I found this is an easier way to move it when I'm trying to clean that thing out. I'll just put a bunch of it in with this. Alright, so then I'll just take this guy here, and because then this like dissolves all the little bits that are left over, and I can just like rinse them out more or less. Alright, get the bottom, make sure I got all that stuff. And I'll just scrape this stuff back in and, you know, let all the gunk settle to the bottom. I mean, the benefit of like doing it this way, even though it's like all these extra steps, is I've been using the same jug of mineral spirits for like 2 years. Because I just keep like, you know, I just filter it and save what I can, and prevents me from you know, dumping, because mineral spirits is like a toxic chemical. I don't know a lot about it, but it's not healthy. So if I can keep her from dumping this jug anywhere, then that's like a good thing. But there's not really anything I've found that can dissolve silicone as well as this stuff does. So it's just what I use for cleaning. Well, that and alcohol. And sometimes acetone. Alcohol's become so hard to get because of the pandemic. So I gotta be extra conservative, like how much of it I use and how much of it I waste. Alright, so this guy's ready. So our mold's ready, pretty much. I need to vacuum. I'm gonna mix these together into this. And then I'm gonna put it in a vacuum chamber, and when I do that, I'll turn the mic off temporarily, because it's kind of loud. So I'll put a little sign up, and it'll only be like a minute or so. It doesn't take very long. It's just not a thing you need to listen to. Alright, so we will, let's see which of these is thicker. I think the green is thicker, so we'll pour this first. Same deal. I'm gonna high pour this. I need a big vessel because I'm gonna put this in a vacuum, and it'll expand. So like all the air inside of it, there's like microscopic air bubbles, and the vacuum's gonna cause those bubbles to expand, like to grow. So then it's gonna, this will start to foam, and it'll rise like a souffle. And like a souffle, like you don't want it to fall, but this stuff you do. You want it to, as it bubbles, it'll rise. And then it'll reach a point where it like can't rise anymore, so it'll pop essentially and fall back down. And that's how you know that a majority of the air has been removed. And the reason you want the air removed is because as it cures, it creates, as part of the chemical reaction, it creates air bubbles. And so you want to have as little air in there as possible. So the air it does create just rises to the top, and all those little air bubbles break. And you don't have little pockets and stuff in your mold. Alright, this is a little sloppy, so we're going to scrape that off. Scrape the spatula. So we're always trying to use every drop, not waste anything. Well, not waste when possible. Alright, scrape the remainder out of here. A little bit more we can grab. That's pretty good. We got pretty much everything. Alright. Set that aside, set that aside. Gotta clean our scraper. Oh yeah, I guess this thing needs to be cleaned too. Alright, so before we mix the white into the green, gotta double check everything and make sure we're ready to go to the vacuum. So these guys are here, we got our scraper. We need a separate scraper as our mixing tool. So we'll use this guy. I gotta set up the vacuum. Okay, so that's ready to go. So I'll mix these, I'll pour the white into the green. I'll mix this thoroughly. And then I'll mute the mic while I have it in the vacuum tank, which will only be a minute or so. Then we'll come back and I'll pour it into the mold. Alright, so everything has been checked and double checked, so we can start pouring. Same deal, high pour to try to stretch it out, break any air bubbles that are in it. You're always trying to introduce as little air to it as possible. Like, you're gonna introduce some, it's just impossible to mix it and not introduce any. You just want to try to keep it minimal as much as you can. Alright, we'll come back and scrape the rest of that out. Get the stuff off the scraper. So if we don't clean this before we go back into the other container, we're just going to be smearing this around and not really scraping anything. This stuff's got a pretty long pot life, and the pot life is like how long you've got to work with it before it starts to set up. So I think it's like 40 minutes or 45 minutes. Some silicones are much faster, but this is not. This is pretty forgiving. So like, this isn't my favorite material to work with, just because of like its own properties. But if you're like new to molding, it's a pretty friendly material to work with. It's like fairly thin, because some of these silicones can be very thick, so they can be harder to pour, harder to mix. Alright, that's pretty clean. But this stuff's like fairly thin, so it pours easily, it mixes easily. And because it has that really long pot life, it gives you a lot more time to like make sure it's adequately mixed and all that. Alright, so I'm gonna mix these guys together. I'm just gonna mix it so you don't see any streaks in it anymore. It's just one consistent color. Alright, make sure you get the sides, the bottom edge, the bottom. Try not to introduce too much air, even though it's kind of impossible not to. And these, I've said before, I like these beakers because you can see through the sides to see like any areas you may have missed while you're mixing. So like this bottom edge here, this like curved part is always a spot where it wants to get stuck. So you gotta get in there and make sure you get it all. Again, you just keep stirring until it's all the same color. Get the bottom. I'm looking at the bottom, even though you can't see I'm doing that. Alright, so I'm going to scrape the sides down. And then there's still some streaking, but there's like a little bit of it unmixed on the scraper itself. So I'm going to scrape the whole scraper off with this X-Acto knife. Or really just any flat thing is fine. I just use this thing a lot. Alright. So now that that's cleared off, we'll do a little bit more stirring. It's looking pretty good. Pretty consistent. I see a little bit of streaking, so I want to stir it a bit more. I mean, that could be an optical illusion with like the light too, but if I'm not sure, I'm going to stir it a bit more. Okay, so some of that's just air bubbles. Alright, scrape this guy off again, and now I'm going to put it in the vacuum chamber. Should be good to go now. Alright, I'm going to pop this guy into the back chamber and mute the mic briefly, so I will be right back. Okay. So you can see how much that rose. Like twice its height. So I'm going to scrape those sides down. Alright, now we're going to fill the mold. So I'm going to tilt this slightly So I want it to start down in like one of the corners and fill upward. Let's see, where's the widest corner? That's probably the widest corner. So this is gonna hit the wall and kind of fall down, but I don't want to tilt it too much because I don't want the part to like move. It's probably kind of hard to see on cam. Just kind of the nature of this. You gotta pour slow because if you pour too fast, it can like trap air. And you can vacuum it again after you pour all the silicone, which I may do. Alright, now that it's like on the bottom, I can just pour it more slowly and let it kind of fill up on its own. Having this like thin bead, it prevents a lot of air from getting trapped in there. It seems silly to talk about the air so much, but it is really important. I'm always afraid I'm gonna be short. I try so hard to like get my measurements right. But fortunately, I've got enough scrap silicone that I can usually, well, it actually might be way short. Shit, now I'm really worried. That's a lot of space left to fill. Yeah, well, I really messed up my math here. So I'm gonna see how much of this I can scrape out. Whew. Man, I feel like a dummy. I mean, it's not fixable, it's just not ideal. Hopefully I've got enough silicone I can jam in here. I don't know what I did wrong. So concerned about like wasting. But I've been coming up short a lot. I was pretty sure my math was right, but I guess not. It seemed like enough, but it turns out it's not. So first we'll just get everything we can out of here before we turn to adding scrap. I mean, the bottom is like covered mostly, so that's the important part. Man, my math was like tragically off this time. We're looking at like a lot short. Alright, well, let's turn to the junk. Alright, so we're gonna chop up a bunch of this stuff and jam it in there and hope for the best. Hope we can push that level up fast enough. So this is scrap from a few weeks ago. I had underestimated how much, or overestimated how much I needed. So we're just going to jam a bunch of this down in here. And it should push this up. I mean, it's working. We just gotta get enough of it in there before this stuff gets too... Where's my bigger knife? I got a bigger knife for this. It's a little faster. So we can use these big chunks. Oops, wrong knife. So all I'm really trying to do is just displace the silicone. Yeah, this is a bad mold from recently. So we'll just keep adding this and trying to push the level up. Again, always trying to be careful not to introduce too much air around these bits. Yeah, see, it's like, it needs to fill that. Okay. See, when this has like chunks of silicone in it. I'm getting there. There's still a long way to go, though. I'm a little worried that there won't be enough. You still gotta go up quite a ways. I definitely don't want it to move back. Actually, yeah, we haven't covered the bottom yet, because this is the bottom. I'm going to run this in the vacuum and see if I can at least cover these parts. So I'm going to put this guy on mute again. Okay, so we're in a little bit of a weird spot here where the mold's kind of like, fuck, there's like this giant space behind it. I don't know if I can mix up any fast enough. So that's what I gotta try to do here is mix up some silicone really fast and pour it into this mold. So I'm gonna roughly estimate how much I need here, because I don't really have time to do math. So this is our white one. So what do we got here? We'll just do it's like, we'll just do 40 and 40. See if I can get this out of here. Shoot. Alright. Dang it. I hate working when I make a mistake because I'm like rushing and making a mess and everything's going sideways. So is that 40 roughly? I mean, that mold's probably salvageable. If I can just fill it quickly enough, it should be okay. Everything's at least covered, and that's what matters. All the surfaces are covered. So I'm just basically filling in space. Still like pretty risky and not a great feeling. Alright. 40 on this guy, which we should have. Come on, I don't have time to wait for this. Alright, that should be good. Yeah, the other one's a little over 40 as well. So we're going to try to rush this. Just get this all in here. Come on. Time-sensitive stuff is never fun when it goes sideways. I'm gonna break my rule about cleaning my tools in between because I'm trying to just get this mixed as fast as possible. I'll let the vacuum worry about getting the air out of it. Yeah, vacuum that was probably a mistake, but it's done now. So all I can do is try to make the best of it. And also hope that my quick math, quick pour, sloppy pour was close enough. I mean, this looks like more than enough silicone for that space at the top, but I'm still a little concerned. Alright, that's close enough. I don't have the luxury of getting every scrap. And this is one of those times where, like, all the things I was saying about, like, efficiency and reducing waste and all that gets thrown out because, like, I'm trying to correct a mistake. So, like, I don't have the time, because this stuff is time sensitive, you know. I just gotta work fast, and there'll be a little more waste in those moments because I'm more interested in salvaging the whole thing than, you know, the small amount of waste I'm going to create by skipping some steps and not cleaning in between and all that. This looks okay, and this will mix a bit more when I vacuum it. Yeah, see, some of it's starting to set up. So let's get this back in the tank. I'm going to go back to mute. Okay. Let's see. Rush. So this is a little far off the back here, so I'm going to try to pour some down the back. Fill this space. Shit. I can see air bubbles that are trapped. I mean, they'll just have to be salvaged, or not salvaged, but they'll just be. I'll worry about popping those later if I have to. I think I'm gonna just save the rest of this, so I can use it as scrap in another mold. See, things don't always go exactly as you plan. Sometimes you get kicked in the nuts and you just gotta, like, work around it. Granted, I mean, I kicked myself in the nuts, but it's still a thing that happened. I needed to handle. So, like, the choice was either to let it cure as it was, and then try to mix up some silicone later to fill it. Actually, I could probably pop this back into the vacuum. Alright, we're gonna mute one more time. Okay, I saw a few big bubbles pop. So, I know there was some trapped air, and hopefully we got that pulled out. So this is like, it expanded a little bit over the edge. This should be like, I don't know, I think it was like, I think it got saved. I think we saved this mold from any like extensive like extra stuff to do later. So like I was saying, I could have either let it just cure and then try to add silicone, because that was going to be the bottom of the mold, which I needed to be totally sealed. So my only options really were like to do what I did and, you know, mix up extra really fast while it's still wet, and or was to like let it try to just coat all the parts. But I think like this, I had a leak here, didn't know about. Yeah, Captain. So like this is mainly what I do. I have thought about doing, I've thought about doing like RPG dice, like D20s and D10s. Mostly because like I play Magic, the game, like the card game, and there are like some dice that I have that are cool, and I don't know if I can get more of them. So I thought about trying to make some copies. But like most of the stuff that I do is these figures. Because I used to, when I was younger, I wanted to draw comics, and I always thought it'd be cool to like, you know, see my characters as action figures and statues, and I, you know, didn't think I was ever going to be like popular enough or whatever, or have a job where like that would just like happen, you know. So I was like, well, all I could do is try to make my own. And so for like a really long time, it was this thing I wanted to do and did kind of as a hobby. And this past year, so like last year and this year, I really tried to like amp it up into maybe like an actual thing. So I really focus on these guys for now. And it's kind of like maybe in the future, if I get to a point where I'm like satisfied with these guys, I might try to branch out and do something else. I've been talking to a friend. Yeah, that's true. It's not going to just be the same figure all the time. That's just the first one. So like the idea is that it's going to be all the parts are interchangeable, so you can have like different heads and different hands and different, you know, armor and clothes and accessories and stuff, and you can swap them around and kind of like build your own like versions. You could like, you know, get different heads and stuff in different colors, and it's supposed to kind of be like a thing where you can make a bunch of variations. I've only got like the one figure so far because I've only really been doing it hardcore the last couple of years, and like as you can see, it's like a lot of work, you know, to get all these parts like molded, and you have to do all the sculpting and stuff. So like I want to do more original pieces. So there's definitely like more stuff coming. It's this is just the first guy, and I only did a release of 8. Oh, you mean like doing the process? But I like that part though. So I like, you know, the creative part of designing the characters and doing the sculpting, but also like I like this part too because it's like problem solving, and like a part of me always wanted to be an engineer, but I like didn't have the opportunity to go to school for it, like designing, you know, like mechanical stuff, doing mechanical design, mechanical engineering, but I just didn't get the chance. So I kind of like am using this part of it, and like how I add new jointing and stuff. So like so you saw like these 2 arms, right? And so then those 2 arms, they become like, I take that one arm and then I add these joints. So then like I'm remolding these guys because I need to make better molds, and so like I added these joints, and then so then when they're done, you can like, you know, snap them together, and you can have different colored parts, and they're just different colors now, but in the future I'll have like more variations. So like, you know, different hands in like different positions, and then more different heads and armor and all that stuff. It's yeah, it's just me, you know, so it like I have to kind of just plan out like how I'm gonna do stuff, and so now I'm just making more efficient molds so I can create pieces faster. Yeah, so I plan to do that. Have like different, you know, different arms and different hands, and have more variations on them. So like, this guy has these feet, right? These boot feet. So I'm like working on these like, I don't know, duck feet with like these boots. So like I'm gonna mold these guys and then make different feet, so you'll have like parts that look like this, but you can snap them on, so then it changes like the feet. So I'm working on new parts too. I'm kind of doing like, you know, I've got the mold. I have this mold. I have this mold I'm working on, and then I have this mold I'm working on, and then I have like heads I'm sculpting. This guy's not done, obviously. So I've got like different heads I'm working on. Yeah, for sure. So like, I'm like learning how to sculpt here while I'm like working on this guy. And this started, his head looked like this. So I took this head and then I'm like working on, you know, a different version of it. And then I'm gonna have, I've got more stuff planned. Okay. I could definitely do something like that. Like the xenomorph alien, like the Geiger aliens. Those would be really cool. So I haven't sculpted something like that yet, so that'd be a good challenge. And it'd feel pretty good to make something like that cool, you know? Alright, so this guy is pretty much done for all his foibles. Let's see. So I gotta clean up these things real quick. I gotta clean this up, and then I'm gonna move on to those arms that you saw back there. Yeah, I can make a note about the aliens. That'd be a cool variation to add. There's my pen. So I made a note. So I'll put that on the list of stuff to work on. I don't know why I took my gloves off. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I'll definitely be doing that. Like, I'll be sculpting stuff on stream too. So that stuff's all coming. Ugh. I don't know why I took these gloves off. Now they're all sticky. So I gotta clean this guy out. So like, how would I start with something like that? I would probably, if I'm making something new, like I'm just gonna sculpt like an alien arms, because they're like kind of skeletal, you know? They're not like real thick like these beefy arms. Yeah. I was talking about on the last stream. I like made some mistakes. I had a mold kind of mess up, and so I was talking about that and how, like, you know, every artist, everyone who's like learning, you know, they make mistakes and goof up, and like learning from that mistake is like the important part. And so I talked a little bit about that. Yeah, I mean, if I goof up, you know, like I'm totally okay with showing that, talking about it. That's okay, man. It's late where you are. Gotta get that sleep. I went to bed too late last night myself. Got up too late today. So I was like kind of rushing a little bit when I started the stream. I appreciate that lurk, man. Thanks. Definitely appreciate the lurk view. Yeah, I definitely want to do like new stuff, you know, because like you said, doing the same piece like can get kind of boring, and it's still like cool. It still feels good to make something, you know, that's like pretty good quality, but it also feels good to make new stuff, you know, cool sculpts and cool like character arms and heads and all that. So it's that's what I'm looking forward to, is getting to that point where I can like make more new stuff, more cool heads. I was talking to my friend. She's an illustrator. So she just posts mostly on Instagram. She's not on Twitch yet, and she's doing this series of drawings for goddesses, like different goddesses from different religions and stuff, and they're like kind of comic booky style drawings. And I was like, oh, it'd be really cool to like do a series of figures based on her goddesses. So that's like a thing we're talking about doing in the near future. Is like she does all the drawing, and then maybe her friend, who's a really good sculptor, sculpts each goddess, and then I'll do the casts of them. And we could do like a figure line of goddesses, which would be pretty awesome. I'm definitely trying to get to the sculpt stuff as fast as I can. The molds are a lot of work, so I tend to do that stuff first, and then when I feel like this set of molds is like good, I'll be doing like lots of sculpting, lots of new stuff. So that's what like I missed on the first release of the figures is I didn't have like, you know, they're all just guys with different colors. But it's the first thing that I had done, so I had to like keep it kind of simple. But now that I'm a little bit more experienced, I'm gonna do some, you know, some new stuff, some new characters, and oh yeah, I totally understand. I promise you, it's coming. Yeah, doing this molding and stuff, it's just a lot of work, you know. So, and each of those guys, like, even though they're just different colors, it's each guy's like 14 parts. So I have to make molds for all those parts, you know, and so that's the idea, is like I can make, if I have a mold for like, you know, the arms, I can just make different arms, and then I can make different heads instead of having to make the whole figure every time. My last batch of molds, they kind of like fell apart toward the end, so I was kind of forced to remake them. That's why I'm doing these now. And these ones will just be better, they'll just be nicer overall, so then I won't have to come back and make them again so soon. I wasn't like excited about having to remake the molds, but I think, you know, it's kind of that thing like you're paying it down the road. So I like put the work in now. Yeah, I understand. It's not the most exciting thing, but you know, it's part of the job. That's the thing, even if I'm like not streaming, I'm still gonna be doing all that stuff. And if I don't stream that, you know, me doing like those mold things or doing that cleaning, there's just like way less stuff that I can stream, and you know, I might only be able to, if I'm just gonna do like new stuff, like just me sculpting, you know, between molds, I may not be able to stream for like, you know, a couple of months, and that's a long time to like ask people to wait. And I'm like, I feel fortunate for like you and the other streamers or the other viewers that I've got so far. I'm just like happy you guys are here and even paying attention to me at all. I know it's not all the most exciting stuff, but I'm trying. That's why I'm working hard on these guys, trying to get to the next step. I mean, there are different styles, but for like the style I'm doing now is just like better for what the pieces I'm making. Because like molding's a lot of work. I mean, I don't know. It's not a lot of work, but it's like so like what I could do is there's like there's silicone you can brush on, kind of like a paint, and then so you make like an outer mold that's very thin. It's called a glove mold, and then you put that inside of like a plaster mold. So then, but it's a little slower because you have to paint on the silicone in layers. So you paint it on real thin, and you have to wait for it to cure, which could be like a couple hours or like a day. Then you come back and you paint another layer and you wait, paint another layer and you wait. So there are different methods, but just like what I'm doing, this method is just like the most efficient to get like the results that I want. If there were like, if I could make these faster in a different way that gave me the same kind of results, I definitely would. This is just like the way that works best for me. Because it really just depends what you're molding. So like really big stuff, if I was going to make something like, you know, the size of like a chair, I couldn't do it this way. I would have to do it with that glove method where you like paint on layers and then make like an outer shell. So it kind of just depends on what you're making and what the results are that you want. So I switched to this gray clay because I think I can work faster with it. So then there's like less time of me just doing this, you know. And it's worked out pretty good. I built all this in 40 minutes at the end of the last stream. And the same thing with the brown clay would have taken me like a whole day. So this is already like a way that I can do it, move a little faster. This thing's not in the right place. Shit. It's like my ultimate goal, you know, is just getting to the point where I can make those figure guys like pretty quick. And this type that I'm doing now just works best for that. Even if it's like, you know, it's a little repetitive. Yeah, this stuff is definitely better than the clay I was using. It's a little more crumbly, but overall it's better. Because I can work a lot faster with it. That saves me time. And the faster I can do this part, the faster I can like get the mold made and then move on to the sculpting stuff, which is the really fun part. Yeah, when I started making these guys, I knew it was going to be kind of an uphill battle. Just because there's so many parts on them. They're like, you know, one figure is 14 parts. So now I have to make molds for all those parts. And so it's a lot of, that's just repetitious, you know. But if I want to get the complete guy at the end, that's just like what I have to do. It's not as like, I know it's not the most interesting thing if you've seen it already, but that's just part of like what I'm doing is, so like making these figures is like three parts, 4 parts. So, you know, one part is designing them, one part is doing the sculpting, which is probably the most fun part, and then another part is making the molds, which is probably like a little less fun, but like it's still kind of interesting because I always have a problem I have to solve. And the last part is doing the castings, which that also, like, it feels good in a different way because all this work you put into making this mold and doing this sculpt, getting that, pulling those parts out of that mold and putting a full guy together, like, it feels pretty good because you did all this work and then you got this like really awesome thing at the end. Well, I think they're awesome because that's why I'm doing it. If anyone else thinks they're cool too, then that's a big bonus for me. Alright, so this guy, I gotta turn this thing. It's like tilted too far back. It should be standing straighter. So I gotta move this a little bit. Just gotta scrape out a little bit of this so it's got some room to move. Yeah, it should be like that. This stuff is softer, so it just got pushed back while I was doing other things. So I'm just gonna pack this all in here real quick. Alright, that's better. I noticed that the other day that this had like tilted back. Thanks. I'm glad you appreciate like the way that I'm doing it. And like I said, the variety is definitely coming because I want that too. But it's like, you know, I gotta do one step at a time, unfortunately. If I had a helper who could like work on the molds while I sculpted stuff, then it would go a lot faster. And I could just show like me sculpting cool stuff, which would be pretty awesome. But like I said, there's a lot of space between like me sculpting a guy or a piece and then, you know, making the molds. So like me switching this clay was like one way that I could move a little quicker and not spend so much time on, you know, the mold parts and just show more sculpting and more variety, like you said. Because you're right. I mean, I want to get there. This is just where I'm at right now. Because I'm excited to make some new things, some new parts and new characters. This is like the, you know, I'm eating the vegetables before I get to the dessert. Thanks. I mean, that's still good feedback. Because, like, you know, knowing what you like seeing and what you're like, this is cool, but, like, I want to see something else too. That's still useful. So it's not, like, you know, unusable feedback. It's still good. Even like, you know, my favorite movies and TV shows, I can watch them and really like them and still be like, well, this would be better if they did this, and, you know, if this character did this instead, or they were more like this. There's always room for improvement, right? So I try to remember that. So, like, hearing that feedback from you is still valuable to me. I appreciate that you've hung out this long, you know, because there's like so many other streams you could be watching, but you picked like hanging out with me, and that's pretty awesome to me. So I definitely want to know, like, you know, what you like and don't like. Oh yeah, yeah. I thought that's what you meant. Nice. So the timing's right, is what you're saying. It's like then it sounds like when you're on, it's like the morning for me. So I'm like eating lunch and trying to get ready to get on my stream. Um, so maybe tomorrow, if you're on, I'll try to pop on during lunch and hang out in your stream for a little while. So then you're on. When do you start? Like GMT. When do you start? Yeah, I need to like watch some more streams. I look around a little bit, but I've been spending so much time trying to like, you know, I was trying to fix my audio and okay. I have not played Witcher at all. I have 2 for my Xbox, but I haven't played it yet. I've heard 3 is really good. I have a pretty big backlog of games I haven't played yet. I'm still playing Borderlands. I've been playing Borderlands for forever. It's like when I need to like turn off my brain because I've had a tough day or whatever, I'll get into Borderlands and play that for a couple hours. I'm like playing through Borderlands 2 again. So like that's like something I want to do, right? I wanted to do some parts for these guys that are from Borderlands, so I could do like, you know, a psycho head or like some of the guns from the game. Nice. I'll definitely have to check out 3. It's on my list. Like I said, my game backlog is really long. So like now I play mostly like games that are old now. So like I said, I play Borderlands, like all 3 of them. Well, what, 1, 2, 3, and pre-sequel, and then I'm playing Diablo 3, Saints Row 3, Playing lots of threes. I just don't have a lot of time to play, so I mostly play like, I might play a little bit at night after my my partner goes to bed. But that's only sometimes, and I get to play a little bit in the morning on some days, but I don't usually have time unless I get up really early. Then I might have a little time to play. Nice. I haven't played 4 yet. It looks really cool. I love 3 so far. And I feel like I barely made a dent in 3. 4 looks insane. I really want to get it. But I love these games that are super long and have like lots of replay value. That's why I've been playing Borderlands for so long, because I can just play it over and over and over again and still like have fun. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it when I get a chance. That'd be pretty awesome if there was a new one. Is that, who makes it? Is that developer still in business? Like, I don't even know. I forget who even makes it. Made it. Yeah, I found it because I had Xbox Gold for a long time, and so I was getting like, you know, the free games you get every month, and so Saints Row 3 was one of them, and I got that a long time ago. And I was looking through stuff I could play that was like kind of like Borderlands. I know there's not really much that's exactly like it, but and I saw Saints Row, and I'm like, oh, this looks like kind of similar, but then it's like, which it is, but then it's like cool in its own way. It's got all of its own stuff, and you know, there's all the character customization, and 4 looks wild. That's cool about they've announced the 5th one. Be even better if we could get it. Maybe someday. Yeah, that's right. Okay, it is THQ, so they are still around. Yeah, I feel like I'm probably only like, I don't know, a quarter of the way through the game. And I don't have the DLCs for it either, so I have to get all that stuff. I just have the base game. This back is like bulked up pretty well, but I gotta like raise this level up to like here at least. So I gotta come up like a whole nother centimeter. It just takes so long. And it keeps falling down. Yeah, I I think Borderlands 3 is probably like the newest game that I've played in a very long time. I don't make much money, so my game budget is pretty low. And like I said earlier, I play that Magic card game, so a lot of my game money ends up going into that, which even right now I can't really buy anything new. Kind of on a spending freeze. I find if I break this stuff into like thinner pieces, it's a little easier to attach. If only. If I had a Black Lotus card, I'd probably have to sell it. Need that money. That'd be pretty awesome, though. Yeah, unfortunately, if I had one, I'd probably have to sell it at this point. Which is sad, but such is life. Then I could definitely pick up some new games if I had Black Lotus money. Oh man, slowly building this up. I can't wait for this to be done so I can move on to something new. Oh shit. What time is it? 5:30. It's like another half hour. See what I can get done here in this half hour. I'd like to get more of this thing done. It's coming along okay, just not as fast as I would like. And faster than it would have before if I was still using that brown clay though. So I guess I can't be too upset. Still making decent progress. Was able to save that mold I thought I botched earlier, so I'm also pretty feeling good about that. Gotta raise this. Just working on raising this clay level up a bit more. It's gotta be like a good centimeter above these parts before I can work on smoothing out the front. This is second mold we're getting some good progress on today. Poured the second half of that arms mold, which is like these guys but with hands. So that'll give me another set I can work from. So I can start making more variants. More hands. I can start sculpting new hands and arms. because that's going to be the fun part, is making all the new stuff. This stuff we're just doing, this is all the appetizers. We're getting these ready to make the final parts. Just lots of little steps. I just switched out the clay I was using to this gray clay, and it's working much better. It's more friendly. The previous stuff I was using is much harder, and gotta work with it in smaller amounts, which makes it difficult. I'm having pretty good luck with this stuff so far. If this stuff was a little less crumbly, that would be good. But that's just because it's kind of old. I need to take some time and add the rejuvenation goo to it. That'll soften it up a bunch. Make it easier to work with. I was hoping I could have gotten that done yesterday. I had some social stuff planned I couldn't really put off. Still kind of feel like I should have a camera over my shoulder instead of like across from me. Makes it hard for people to see what I'm doing. Just not sure how I would do that. I guess I could get one of those like clamp arms, those like swing arms for the phone. And put that I could probably put that over my shoulder. That would probably work pretty well. To put that on the list of things to get. So I think presentation-wise, that's probably one of the faults is like the view angle. Overhead is probably better because then you're seeing more of what I'm seeing. Because I try to keep everything in view. It's just tough sometimes, especially with like, you know, you're kind of looking down as opposed to like from the side. Alright, this is coming along pretty well. I actually built this up a lot faster than I thought I was going to. Alright, so this side with on the gray one is looking good. I'm really gonna build up this around the green. And I can work on like just refining the edge, the parting line. And then once the parting line is set, then it's just adding the injection channels and the vents. And then smoothing everything down, which is the easy part. It sounds like, the song sounds like you're playing Castlevania and they're having a party in the castle. It's like you broke into Dracula's rave to kill him. I was making that like shelf, and I don't even really know why I was doing that. I was like having this top part be kind of flat. It's not really even necessary, I guess. Because like the top of the mold's gonna be flat anyway. So it's probably just like overkill to do that. I might have to take this wall down though to do the define the edge, to define this back edge here. It's just too tight of an area. Right, let's see, build this up more as it needs to be. Sounds good. Well, if you do fall asleep, I hope it's a good sleep. And if I don't talk to you again tonight, then I'll talk to you next time. Thanks for watching while you were awake. And I appreciate the lurk. Thanks for hanging out as always. Alright, this is going along good. Let's see, there's probably enough here to define these edges. I'm going to build this up a little bit more, like this. So I need to define the edge back here. And I'll put on the venting and stuff last. The first set of molds, I figured out like a good way to vent it, and then after I made like adjustments, it was better. So I gotta just apply those like modifications to this, and then this should be a decent mold. So I'll chunk up this back portion. is one of those times where I'm trying to see what I'm doing, get a grip on everything, and also show it all. Sometimes it's a little tough, but I'm trying. I can fill that in. Thank you. Ah, yeah. Pushing clay, buddy. It's a lot of work. It's got to get done. I can push this clay faster than the other clay, so ideally in the future there'll be less clay pushing. Trying to get better clay for clay pushing. These guys are, so these are like arms after I've added joints to them. So like, I'll pull down one of my old guys. So this guy, so I started with like just the full arm, right? And then I like take that, so I mold that arm, then I cast it, and then I chop it apart, and then I add these joints. So I added this, and then to the hands I add these pegs. So then like, it lets me, you know, add like variation and more posability and stuff. It's great clay. Great clay. Get it? Because we're doing word puns now. Yeah, this is just Sculpey Firm. Trying to find a better clay for this purpose. But this is like a little better than what the brown stuff I was using. It's just a little old, so it's I need to like, Sculpey makes this liquid you can like drip onto the stuff, and then you like knead it, and it adds like moisture back into it because it's some kind of, you know, weird polymer clay, so it's some special stuff for their products. And I gotta go through like some of this I've got left over here and add that because it like crumbles because it's a little on the old side. So until I do that, I just kind of like, I gotta knead it like a lot. So last time I was pushing clay around, I was doing like the full arm mold, so that's like, I did that earlier. So that's this guy that's sitting off to the side. Yeah, I'd like to be pushing less clay around, but my molds I made for like these guys the first time basically all like died as I was like finishing that run. So I just kind of have to remake these. It's like not ideally what I want to be doing, but it's just what I got to do if I want to like, you know, keep going. So I still want to use these as like a base of the figure style, and then have like additional parts be like, you know, variations in different styles and, you know, different hand positions and all that. And so I have to have like a base thing. So like, no, I can't escape like making all these molds. It's just like part of the job, essentially. You know something about making molds as part of the job. Can't be at the end of this playlist. It's gotta be, nope, there it goes. Right, that's probably good. Um, I should get more than I got. Like, the silicone wasn't the problem. Like, it wasn't deteriorating. It was the design of the molds. Like, they worked, but like they weren't like the best designs. So there was a lot of cleanup. Um, and they like were prone to leak. So I had to do a lot of a lot of stuff to keep them from leaking. So I like wasted like a whole roll of tape trying to keep them closed across like the 10 casts, not just like one. But if the silicone's not getting super hot, I should be able to get like, a couple dozen at least cast out of them at least. And I was using a platinum cure silicone, so it should hold up to the silicone curing a lot longer than like a tin cure will, which is what this teal stuff is. So this teal stuff's not gonna like last forever. Um, I honestly haven't had a mold um, designed well enough where I was able to cast it enough times to see like when does it die just from like drying out. But I guess I should get at least like a couple dozen casts out of them, just like normally, because I'm doing thin parts so they don't get really hot. So the life of the mold's got to be like longer. I've just been not the best at designing molds, so every time I design one, I'm like, trying to do it better than the last one. Basically, when I get to the point where I'm like, I get like angry as soon as I like see a mold, I'm like, okay, that one's done. Like, um, the mold I had for the feet was, it's like where this sock idea came from, because it like was a part that went inside of like a box, and but it was like upside down, so like the seal was around, or the open side was around the bottom, and you injected it through the top, and it like was good overall, but it like one area, um, it was like very thin. There was like one point where it was like one of the walls was like only a couple millimeters thick, so it tore, and the more I cast it, the more it would tear. So then like there was this spot on like the feet where it created this ridge, and that ridge kept getting bigger. So I had to carve it down when I would take a cast out, and it was like getting more and more like infuriating because I have this like mistake that just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and I like didn't make the top of the mold tall enough, so I had to like build kind of like a wall around the top for like a reservoir, and they were just like, they worked, like I got the results I wanted, but they were sloppy, poorly designed. So it was like the work I had to put into them got really frustrating, like to get casts out that I was happy with. So it's kind of like I got to the point where I was like just fed up with them, and I was like, okay, this just has to go because I got to retire this because it just like makes me angry every time I use it. Because it's like I'm blaming myself because it is messing up, but then I'm trying to get like so many casts out of it before. I could see that. I could see that. So if you were a mold, what would your name be? Sloppy and poorly designed. Got it. Alright. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to shape this fucking thing. This is probably a little too much here. Yeah, it kind of sucked because, like, I was feeling pretty good that I had finally, like, been able to put out this, like... Indeed. I talked about the mayonnaise earlier, but you weren't here. Yeah, but I like, was, you know, felt pretty good. I was putting out these guys for the first time, like, as, like, a thing. But then, you know, the molds were, like, really frustrating, so I was, like, getting really mad about it, and I was like, I just want to get these done so I can remake these molds. Like, I was literally a plan to remake them as soon as I, like, shipped the last one. I was like, these are getting redone because I hate them. So now I'm just in the process of doing that. Remaking all the things and trying to not hate them this time. Gotta get that mayonnaise in there. Gotta slick it up. Alright, that looks okay. So you got any plans for next weekend? Or are you guys just staying home? We're definitely just staying home. So we got nowhere to go. We ain't got no family here. Not that we would go see them anyway, since the plague is upon us. Nice. Yeah, as soon as I asked that, I was like, wait, she still lives in Boston. But that's cool. At least you guys will get to hang out together. How's, like, her job been? Does she, like... I assume, you know, she's able to work from home and all that. I actually forget what she does, because I'm a terrible friend. It looks alright. I don't want to break this wall, but I feel like I have to. Maybe I'll just cut it down. Well, that's good. At least she's able to teach remotely, which, you know, ideally everyone should be doing, but a friend of ours, she teaches at ASU, and they've been forcing her to come in since, like, it's, you know, since the fall semester started. And they like test weekly, which is like whatever, right? But I don't know. I kind of want to just break this thing off. I need to keep the corner up. So maybe we'll just do this. We'll just cut this off. I'm gonna cut this off. How wide is that? Can I just do that? Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, so then she's the only person that we know who like is going to work every day. And supposedly, so they have on-site classes, and supposedly they're sending, you know, everyone's going home for the Thanksgiving break, but then they're like, don't come back. So whatever the rest of their semester is after the break is all going to be remote. It's just such a strange situation. I'm just glad that Almonds hasn't had to go in at all. That like as soon as it started, they were like, "Oh, everything's remote." But supposedly that's going to change next year. They're like already assuming that everything's going to be fine, so they're planning to go back to in-person classes, even though her department wants to keep the option open. Yeah, I mean that's like, I don't know, kind of unfortunate that that's the situation. Because like, I don't know, stuff about money that I don't know enough about to comment on. We're just, all I know is like, we're particularly fortunate that she doesn't have to go in. So. I mean, at least for now. Who knows what'll happen next year. Or where we'll be at with this with this vaccine deployment. Now that there's supposedly 2 of them on the horizon, which I mean is great. Hopefully, like, we can get at least a majority of the people to take it. Alright. Well, if I have to cut the rest of this off, I guess I will. Didn't really want to do that, but whatever. So you started, do you have access to Disney Plus or to the BitTorrents? We started watching Mandalorian. Only 1 episode so far, but obviously it's pretty good. If you're into that War of the Stars stuff. I like tried I used the torrential service. Yeah, we don't either. I used the torrential service to view it, and I downloaded an X265 file, which is like a newer codec, I guess. So we have a newer Apple TV. We have a 4th gen, and this old device we used to play like everything else. And I was like, I wonder if I can play this on the Apple TV, and it's on. So like, I downloaded. Apparently, you can use VLC and use like a browser to send the file to VLC on your Apple TV, and it'll then play it back with VLC. And it was working fine, and then it started to like choke. So I don't know if like the file was too something for it. I don't know. It wasn't like, I think it was like a 1080p file, so it shouldn't even have been like some huge issue, but it was like having a real problem. So I'm gonna go back to the, I have the first season. I guess you could also just buy it if you really wanted to watch it. I have some digital files if you want to take those from a Dropbox folder. I mean, I guess you could also find them in the torrent as well. It is really good if you haven't seen it. It's basically just a Western, which is pretty cool. So it's like very tonally different from like the usual Star Wars stuff. Yeah, I can't like bring myself to pay for Disney Plus. We already have, you know, Netflix, Hulu, HBO, Amazon. I mean, it's worth watching. Like, I know plenty of people are like acting like it's the second coming, but it's just like an entertaining show. Because it's like War of the Stars, you know, the plot is like, it's not like they don't reveal everything initially. So the first season is like really just about him and essentially Baby Yoda, because you know that's not a spoiler at this point, or it's not like unknown information or whatever, hidden information. But like any overarching stories like hasn't really been revealed. Oh yeah. Yeah, our friend, the same one that was I was talking about, that's teaching at ASU, her partner, or her husband, I guess now, is he's really into Star Wars, and she's not. She's just an anthropologist, so she doesn't really care. But apparently she liked the Mandalorian at first, and then like, but if Baby Yoda's not on screen, she's like, it just immediately checks out. Which, I mean, I guess I can understand if you're not into. And it's like, it's weird because it's not even really sci-fi. Like, it's obviously sci-fi, but the show plays out like a Western. So, it just has sci-fi elements in it. But like other stuff we're watching on Netflix is F is for Family. We're like almost done with the latest season, which I started watching it over the summer and didn't like know anything about it. All right, thanks for popping in, man. Good to chat as always. Yeah, for sure. Alright, so let's see, does this get turned? Looks like it did. So this got turned. I guess I'm just gonna leave it at this point. So I guess I'll go over this. I don't know, I'll just create the parting line in here somewhere. Because I'm not gonna go to the effort to dig in the to digging this thing out. So I'm just gonna dig out a little bit and create a parting line. A party line? What is this, 1992? Hey, White Knight. I don't know, I've been doing this for quite a while. I'd say like the last couple of years, I've gotten a lot better at it. So right now I'm updating some of my old previous molds to make them like more efficient, just easier to work with. But I mean, you can like probably learn how to do like decent molding and casting in like a couple of months. I've been doing it off and on for several years. This past year, I've really like kind of gone like deeper into it. So I wouldn't say that I made like a huge jump. I just had a lot more time to work on it. So that's probably what helped me improve the most, was just being able to spend more time on it. Alright, so now I'm trying to define the part line on this gray arm. Let's see, so I'm going to build this up a little bit here. Piece might have been a little too thick, but we'll make it work. Yeah, that looks good. Alright. I can smooth this out. I gotta fill this in a little bit here. I want to work on this parting line, so I need a smaller tool. Is this what I want? Yeah, we'll use this guy. I'm trying to get in here and smush this down. Just gonna smush it. Just gonna flatten this out along the edge so I can define the parting line. I'll just run this down the bicep here. Smooth some of that out while we're going. Alright, this little nook is tough to get to, so I gotta use this little tiny tool. I'm just trying to kind of push this down and get like a level line. And we'll smooth out the area like kind of around it. Alright, use this. I always like switching between these little tiny tools when it comes to this detailing. It might be a little hard to see on cam. So this line is like, it's like not important, but it's like where you get to control the line of like where these halves meet. So usually you want it to be somewhere like kind of hidden if you can, or just like flow with the shape of the part, which is what I'm trying to do, just trying to follow along these curves and make it kind of look like it's part of the natural anatomy of the piece. Gotta dig out a little bit of this junk here on the bottom. This thing shifted a little bit while I was building the rest of the mold, or the rest of the clay backing. So yeah, I want to bring this down farther if possible. So I gotta find another tool with like a sharper edge on it. We'll use this guy. So still got to make room for the injection point, which now is probably going to be like here somewhere, more toward the front of this arm. I think this just got pushed down farther than I wanted it to. So I gotta kind of dig this all out without scratching a line into the part itself. Alright, that's good. It's kind of a little uneven right there, so I'm trying to just smooth that down. I want this line to follow the curvature as much as possible. So I want it to be kind of invisible. Alright. These lines are sloppy. I'm going to clean those up later. So I'm going to work on this back side of this thing. Clean up this line. Alright. Let's see. Not quite as smooth as I want it to be. Does this have build up on it? Yeah. Okay. A little bit of gunk on it. Yeah, that line's probably actually okay. Alright. Just smooth this guy down all the way up to here. I really want this to be more squared. So I'm gonna have to come back in with this. Try to nudge that stuff down so I can get a smoother line. Definitely right here. It's actually too thick. I gotta come in with this toothpick that I flattened. This part line is definitely not where I want it to be. But I think it'll be fine. Alright. So this piece has got a pretty clean parting line. Like, I gotta fix all the areas around it that are a mess. But that's easier. Like, once the line along the part is clean, then you're just doing yard work basically to clean up the rest of it. It's a lot more flexible. But the parting line is the line that's important. Alright, so there's a little bit of a gap here. I need to fill that in. So I'm just gonna push some of this clay down. Actually, I have to just add some. Just build it up with like scrap. Looks like I'm going over and I didn't even notice. Well, I'm not quite where I want to be yet, so I'm gonna keep pushing this a little bit further. Trying to just bring this, I want this like kind of flush where this part is. I want the this clay wall to be kind of like along the edge of this part. So I'm trying to just fill that space in. It's looking better. I have to fill in, build this part up here, but this is like better than it was, so I'm happy with that. I'll have to add venting to this later. Let's see. So I guess I can build this part up. I'm just gonna smush it on here so we get a shape we like. I kind of want enough clay here that this supports its own shape. I don't want this to be a curve here. I want this to come up a little higher. Because like the sidewall shape, it like also becomes its own key. So that shape helps. Like the more, I don't know, I don't want to say like knobby, the mold is, the better it fits together. As opposed to like if your mold was like totally flat except for the parts that you were trying to copy, then it's easier for the mold house to like slide like horizontally, and that can mess up like the alignment. Even with like the little keys, the bump keys and stuff, it still can be less than optimal, and you could end up with like, you know, a ridge on your part that you didn't want, and then that becomes like extra work you have to do to like clean it up on your casts, which I don't want to do. So I want this to like align correctly every time. So if I can use the clay to do double duty, like holding on to that part while also, you know, providing like a guide for the halves to slip back together, then that's better for me because it's doing two jobs. And then the keys that I do add make it easier for the, it just like is an extra layer of alignment. Stuff has like a decent mold line on it, or a parting line on it, but it's just like sloppy. So I'm trying to clean that up. I mean, these parting lines aren't even like identical, which is a little annoying, but that's my own fault because I let this part move. So I think molding them flipped like this with like they're not in the same position, it was gonna inevitably be a little off. But on the final parts, I mean, you're not gonna see that. Ideally, the parting line will be like nearly invisible. That's after like, you know, sanding and any paint that gets added, or that may get added, would probably cover up that parting line anyway. Yeah, a viewer earlier was asking about variation. He's like, you were doing the same parts. Like, it doesn't make it boring. It, you know, if it's always going to be the same thing, like, it'd be boring to watch. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. But like, these molds, like doing this initial set, I mean, really just the molding in general, it's going to be a little repetitious. Because, you know, molding is really just all about making copies of stuff. So you're gonna see the same thing a lot. Because making one-offs of everything is very time consuming. Like, this seems like it's taken a long time. But if you're making, you know, these figures individually, sure, you don't have to mold them, so you're saving that time. But if you want, like, you know, say an open hand like this, right? And there isn't one that's already made, you have to make it. So if you do that more than once, and it's a similar style of hand, or it's a, you know, whatever the part is, and you're making that thing more than once, then you're like, you know, you're just doing extra work. So I'm doing the work in front to have less work on the back. And also these are meant to be like part of a line, so I want there to be, you know, some shared parts, and I plan to reuse parts as like just part of the design process. So to me, the, you know, doing the molds is like a pretty integral part. It's a little tedious, of course, but it's part of like the job, essentially. Sounds like another Castlevania song. But like if Castlevania and Mario Brothers crossed paths. Somehow Trevor Belmont goes to, you know, Mushroom World, which would be a hilarious crossover. Now I'm going to play that game. I want that game to happen. Alright, now that our parting lines are done, they're looking pretty good. I'm probably going to stop here because I think this is a good stopping point. I got a big chunk of this done. So mostly I just have to do, I gotta finish like shaping this clay, which is easier than putting in, you know, doing the parting lines and all that, and just doing the initial build up. I wasn't thrilled about cutting this side off, but I'll just replace it. I needed this corner at least, so, and this piece was like trash anyway. So that got, because I was able to build up this back line, and that was going to be really hard with that wall there. So it kind of had to come down, but I needed the wall to build the back part. So it was like a whole bunch of like, well, this has to happen for this to happen. So that's probably a good stopping point for today. Put all my junk away. We got this guy done. We got another mold fully cast, or not cast. We got a mold fully poured, and saved ourselves because I did a big mistake on how much silicone I needed. So that was like a little scurry, but it's fixed now. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna come out okay. Alright, so we got this mold done and this mold done. This is the one I was talking about. And it's still gonna be, it still needs a couple more hours to cure, so I'm probably not gonna open this till tomorrow. But I think it's alright, so I'm pretty excited to get this guy open. And I'm gonna call it there. Thanks for watching.